Hello, buddies. Let me live stream. Alright, I'm gonna be reading from the book of Jude today, which at one point in history was considered controversial and was almost not included in the standard canons of the Bible. So, pretty special book, and it's pretty short. From Jude, servant of Jesus Christ and brother of James. To those who are called, who are beloved in God the Father, and kept safe for Jesus Christ, may mercy, peace, and love be yours in abundance. Beloved, while eagerly preparing to write to you about the salvation we share, I find it necessary to write and appeal to you to contend for the faith that was once for all handed on to the saints. For certain intruders have stolen in among you, people who long ago were designated for this condemnation as ungodly, pervert the grace of our God into debauchery and deny our only Master and Lord Jesus Christ. Now, I desire to remind you, though you are fully informed once and for all, that Jesus, who saved a people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroyed those who did not believe. And the angels did not keep their own position, but deserted their proper dwelling. He has kept in eternal chains in deepest darkness for the judgment of the great day. Likewise, Sodom and Gomorrah and the surrounding cities, which in the same manner as they indulged in sexual immorality and pursued unnatural lust, serve as an example by undergoing a punishment of eternal fire. Yet in the same way these dreamers also defile the flesh, reject authority, and slander the glorious ones. But when the archangel Michael disputed with the devil and argued about the body of Moses, he did not dare to bring a condemnation of slander against him, but said, quote, "The Lord rebuke you." But these people slander whatever they do not understand, and they are destroyed by those things that, like rational animals, they know by instinct. Woe to them! For they go the way of Cain, and abandon themselves to Balaam's error for the sake of gain, and perish in Korah's rebellion. These are blots on your love feasts. While they feast with you without fear, feeding themselves, they are waterless clouds carried along by the winds, autumn trees without fruit, twice dead, uprooted. Wild waves of the sea, casting up the foam of their own shame, wandering stars, for whom the deepest darkness has been reserved forever. It was also about these that Enoch, in the seventh generation from Adam, prophesied, saying, "See, the Lord is coming, with 10,000s of his holy ones, to execute judgment on all, and to convict all the ungodly of all the deeds of ungodliness that they have committed in such an ungodly way, and all the harsh things that ungodly sinners have spoken against him." These are grumblers and malcontents. They indulge their lusts. Their mouths utter bombastic nonsense, flattering people to their own advantage. But you, beloved, must remember the words previously spoken by the apostles of our Lord Jesus Christ. For they said to you, in the last time, there will be scoffers, indulging their own ungodly lusts. It is these worldly people, devoid of the Spirit, who are causing divisions. But you, beloved, build yourselves up on your most holy faith. Pray in the Holy Spirit. Keep yourselves in the love of God, and look forward to the mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ that leads to eternal life. And have mercy on some who are wavering. Save others by snatching them out of the fire, and have mercy on still others with fear, heeding even the tunic defiled by their bodies. Now, to him who is able to keep you from falling, and to make you stand without blemish in the presence of his glory and rejoicing, to the only God our Saviour, through Jesus Christ our Lord, be glory, majesty, power, and authority, for all time, and now and forever. Amen. That was the book of Jude. Heavy stuff. You can kind of see why some people would have thought, maybe we shouldn't put this in the Bible, but ultimately they did decide to include it in their traditional canon, and I think we should be thankful. But you guys are not here for Bible, unfortunately. Y'all are here for game deving. Hello, Rowley. Tell them how you do it. How to do what? What's good? I ain't see you around in a long time. Hope you're doing well. I was talking to a truck driver and missed that verse. What's good, Sekuhara? I remember you. All my buddies showing up today. I'm stuck in the wage cage. I see. Let me put some OSTs on. It's not just my little tiny voice. I always get paranoid about volume. Good, bro. Facts. Look at all my favorite standard moderators. Working on a website. That's neat. I thought about working on a little website. Cause I've been doing like multi-streaming, and I've been thinking a lot like, what is the purpose ultimately of streaming like the game deving stuff? Is it to make money? No, not really. Is it to like get an audience? Well, if I wanted an audience, I wouldn't be game deving. And I feel like having an independent like platform, where everything else like leads to, you know what I mean? Like all roads lead to Rome. Having an independent platform that everything else I lead to like goes to ultimately can, help me be less dependent on any like single service. Like, oh, if my YouTube or my Twitch gets banned, like make that less of a big deal. What are we gonna work on today? I think I might try making like a little dungeon of sorts. I don't know. We were getting kind of beat up yesterday. Let's try it. Less of a deal big. Did I say that? Can't mess with me too much. I don't know, something's been wrong with me for the past couple days. I'm like minus 40 IQ points. Just doing stuff for school. Yeah. Education. Education. Let's go in Blender. I should tell you about this because you do game dev stuff too. I saw it's a free like Blender plugin that I got. It's called Anvil, and it's been making like level design in Blend. Sorry, I'm like reading and talking at the same time. It makes like doing level design and stuff in Blender like a lot easier. And I'm hoping that if I write like a couple import scripts for like how to interpret the GLTF file that I export, that I'll be able to, how to say, I'll be able to do like all of my level design work in Blender, and I won't have to touch like the engine at all. Because before, the thing I kind of hated was like I had to do some modeling in Blender, and then I had to like place things in Godot, and even though like neither of them are like horrible, it sucks to like have to mix your tools together. I don't like mixing my tools. No, you didn't say that. I got you. Not that serious. Let's, I don't know, let's add it. Let me put the cube back. I don't like to delete this cube. I see people on the internet, they talk about like to get rid of the cube. And maybe I'm just too emotional or sentimental or whatever, but I don't know. Kind of doesn't feel good. It's not a good feeling. We have to go in 3D cursor mode. But let's expand this by, I like clean numbers, so let's do 4 at first. You gotta scream at the top of your lungs, then do it, bro? I mean, I'm chilling. I've just been like very dumb for the past couple of days. I don't know. It's like, we were talking about it yesterday. I'm not on anything, but it reminds me of like when I was like in high school, I think. Like the first time I ever like got drunk. My experience with like alcohol and being drunk was just I knew I was drunk and I knew I was dumb. But I just like sat there and I was just like mad. I was just angry at like, oh, I'm drunk. I know I can't think straight. Since you said that, I'm trying to make you think more to exercise your brain. That's good. Stay good-hearted. Let's invert the normals, because I want this to be an inside. Flip. Alright. So, remind me of me. Remind you of you. Yeah. You and I accidentally did speed. Okay, so we're all on the same page. Just like not. It was not fun. Like, bro, this sucks. Okay, good. My face orientation is right. So what's a good texture? Pull. I need to get more textures in this game. The ones I have right now, like, kind of suck. Okay. There we go. I can like scale this over. But this will work for now. Let's call this I guess it's level 4. Okay. What names? Hello, not Bustly. All my buddies are showing up. All my buddies. Unfortunately, we were just talking about Bustly. Unfortunately, I am still retarded today, so I hope y'all don't expect peak performance. best I can do is mid performance. What should I name this? Oh. Go ahead and go down. Scenes. Level 1, level 1. 2, level 2. I guess this is level. I expect peak. We're not getting peak today. I'm not. I don't know. It took me a while just to boot up the live stream. I'm being honest. I was kind of just sitting here like eating oats. By the way, I bought frozen cranberries today. Because normally I like to put dried fruit in my oats. As I've been trying them, because I thought like, oh yeah, it's like cereal. But I had the idea to buy some like frozen berries, and in the cup where I pour the oats in, I just like microwaved it while the kettle was heating up for like to boil. And in the cup, I was just like heating up the berries, and I put like a little sugar and a little I don't know, like a teaspoon of maple syrup in there. And I just like let that cook, and then I put the oats in, and I put the like half a cup of water in, and it was like so tasty. It was so tasty, and I was just kind of like sitting there eating that, thinking about the game. I've been thinking a lot about the game today. I'm something of a think cell. I'm a think cell. A mind cell. But so this is what we're gonna do is I'm gonna rename all my objects in bulk. That's Control F2. You can rename objects in bulk. And I'm gonna set a new name. I give them a level. And I'm gonna give it the suffix. If I give it the suffix dash k col, that tells the importer to generate a collision for it. So that's very helpful for us. That'll be very helpful. Anyway, let's just try to get this in quickly as we can. Be a GLTF. Textures will be textures. Peak mid performance. Ah, you know what's up, Rowley. I wonder if like I could like make defaults. Add or remove. Okay, so I'm gonna do all this. I want to add lights. I want to add cameras. All this stuff. Yeah. Data. Seems like we have everything. Mesh. I think in here, yeah, apply modifiers already. Ding ding. Alright. So let's export that. And let's make a, what are you? Oh, you're this. We might remake that at some point. But first, let's duplicate it and call it level 4. And in level 4, we're going to get rid of everything. Alright, now if I go to models, no, it's not in models, it's going to be app. I was prescribed Adderall and a painkiller at the same time, by the way. I'm not a fan of drugs. Clarifying how I accidentally did speed, I see. I think about Adderall like all the time. I've never had it, but I really would like. I would like Adderall. That makes me sound a little bad. I think about like what Adderall does. Adderall makes like people with ADHD normal, and I think about how much like what would it do to me? Like if I'm already if it makes people who are worse than me just as capable as I am, then what would happen if I took it? It's like what if Goku what if Goku did the Kikoho? What if Goku did the Tri-Beam? That's how I think about it. It helps a lot of people who are normal. Yeah, I imagine. I gotta. But then at the same time, I can't brag. I can't be prideful about how I've never done a drug. So I guess that's the sacrifice. I don't know. Rowley, you help me. I need you to help me out. What's a bigger sin, pride or doing drugs? Because it's one or the other, at least for me. Diet meth? Is it? Is it really like meth? I'm looking that up. What is Adderall? That's probably a dumb question to look up. Adderall is made of amphetamine salts, really. I believe that all sins besides blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is equivalent. That's a good view. I like that. That makes sense to me. I was talking about that with my buddy Marcus the other day. Like we were talking about like why certain sins are sins. Like what is the reason that murder is a sin? And what we were talking about is how like, well, is murder a sin just because like you're making someone feel bad? Or is murder a sin because it's like idolatry? Like you're forcing idolatry onto another person. That's even scarier. But I'm not saying that's like true, I'm just saying that's a thought I had. Recreational drug use is really bad, but taking a drug responsibly isn't a bad thing. Melatonin use isn't exactly a sin after all. I guess that's true, yeah. Like, on its own. Like, I took a Tylenol. I took a Tylenol a while ago, and I like take medicine for migraines because I get migraines a lot. Like, is that a drug? It doesn't really make me feel anything other than like not being in pain. Most people do see sin on a scale. I believe that there are physical aspects that dictate higher levels of crimes. However, James says it straight, all sins are equivalent. Yeah, I mean, it sounds about right to me. The only reason I'm not like outright saying like, oh yeah, I agree 100% is just because I know that there's I'm taking it for granted that the people who disagree like have reasons to disagree and that they're not just being like stupid, if you know what I mean. So I always talk about like it's very difficult to communicate that you think something but that you don't necessarily think also that the thing you think is objectively true. The only unforgivable sin is not accepting Christ of Nazareth, because how can God forgive you if you don't allow him to? There are individuals who mentioned Christ when he was in front of Pilate. My stepmother uses CBD oil gummies to deal with chronic pain after surviving a terrible car crash. She doesn't eat a bunch to get high. She doesn't just eat a bunch to get, I see what you mean. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Alright. How do we like develop this a little bit? There's a lot that goes into it. I think so too, yeah. If we can like pull these out, right? Proportional? No, not something ain't right. Offset even? There we go, that's the option I wanted. Okay. And I do want everything to be like a clean number. Like, what is this? What is this height? I should have been more careful. Whatever. Also, where's this OST from? It's nice. This is from Shenmue. Shenmue 2. Let me look at the name of the song. It's called... This is what it's called. Shenmue 2. Shenhua's Introduction. I've been feeling very like psyched out for the past like couple days over because I played like the game that this game is inspired by, and I realized that the game I'm taking inspiration from I don't like I didn't like it that much. So now I'm thinking like, okay, I have to make a game better than like Sega. I don't know if I can do all that. Can we get these face align? Enter. Let's do 8. 4. The texture is repeating, but I don't know about y'all, I don't care that much. Alright. And then Anvil has a nice little quick export. And as you see, the geometry updated automatically. So, isn't that convenient? See what happens if we play. Never played 2? Yeah. Me neither. I never played Shenmue. I just like the music. That's a lie. I did play the one on Dreamcast. But not very much. Anyway, I can get rid of it. It's so dumb. I forgot I even did it. Alright. I don't need all these tabs. There we go. I'll mine that red orb. Let me disable collision. Not disable collisions, but disable the visualization of my collisions. How long have you been working? Technically since about October, but like it inherits a lot from a previous project I was working on before October, and then after around, I want to say like around November, I like took like a 5-month break, so it's like anywhere, and I've been working on this for anywhere between like a full year and like 4 months, I guess. It depends, but like if I go into my playtest here, jump over, Where's my stuff? There it is. Over here. I have a video, and this is of like a really, really old. Like this is what the game looked like. What was it? Like last year. Like this was a really long time ago. The game looked like this. It was completely different. And now we are here. They're so long. Art is very talented. Aw. That's a good compliment. I need to get better. I need to get better at like accepting compliments because my default is just no. Like no, look how look no, look, I'm retarded. See, look at this retarded thing I did. I actually mean that. I believe you. I think you are a genuine guy. Maybe like the walls can be a different color. I'm thinking, how might this be like an outside area? Like making like just looking at this is like making me think about all the stuff I'd want to do with it. How does that look? Not that good. But it's at the end of the world to be a little ugly. I can, if I press Alt-Shift-Z, I can, like everything's still selected, it just disables Blender from rendering all of its like gizmos. So I can like select this and like see it beforehand. Which is very convenient. Very convenient. And then over here I can edit the texture. So I do think I'm going to also include these. I'll try to be cute. Yeah. I like Blender a lot. Like getting this like little just this little tool and like it doesn't even do that much. Like vertex, like this vertex snapping thing, like this is just default in Blender, and like those values there, like you can see them, you just have to enable them. The biggest thing that this anvil thing does is just let me texture things in a easy way. And that's like it. But that alone is like so unbelievably helpful. And it's free. It's free. I need to find a good place to get like textures. I learned this. Here's a little trick I learned from Doom mapping school, is that a change in texture should be complementary to a change in position. A change in 2D space has to line up with a change in 3D space. Like it looks jarring to just have this texture go from one to the other. Especially on walls. It's not as necessary when it's like between a floor and a ceiling and a wall and floor or whatever, like here, but especially on a wall, like between two walls, changing the texture is very important to have like some kind of geometry between them to justify it. I gotta get off my ass. I got you. Work on my eroge so I can get back to working on games I'm passionate about. Yeah. I talked about that with Joey Chimney. I think too many people are like making side projects. They're making like little side projects that are like low risk. Um, and it's not even like low financial risk, it's just like low pride risk. Like they're working on something they don't care about because they want to do the thing that they care about, like right, or something like that. And then the effect of that is that they like don't really seem to get anything done because they don't work on the thing that they don't like. You see that? I see that like all the time. Like you look on these like these kind of like itch.io like Discord game dev groups, and then everyone, you go in and then everyone's just kind of like bragging about how bad they are. They're like, it's like they'll describe their own code as like spaghetti code. Like why not just fix it? You don't like it, why not just make it better? I think it's I've yet to see someone who like regrets working on something that they're passionate about, you know what I mean? I'm doing it because it's something my artist is interested in. Since he's an equal participant, I don't have to pay him. I see. That makes sense. And that adds up to me. Hmm. You should be here. What? Okay, there we go. Whereas with my board game, it's 100% my game, and I will pay him for assets. I see. Sounds like a good setup. Oh yeah, I can go in here. Keep up. Yeah. Cleans up all the unused material. So you should be you, and you should have no specular. That's like a big pet peeve of mine, I noticed. I really hate like specular lighting. Something about the way it looks just isn't right to me. Alright. Here. What can we do? I don't know, like everyone keeps telling me to like, yeah, you should start designing a level, but it's like, how am I supposed to design a level when the the tools with which I want you to interact with the level aren't done yet? I guess it's just like a, I'm not saying they're wrong, but there's a little problem I have, an issue I take. Whoa. What? Oh, I see. So what kind of game is this? Well, right now, this game is like changing a lot, to be honest. Um, because I was saying, like I played the game it was inspired by, and I realized I don't really like the game that this is inspired by that much. Um, but as far as like what's like what I'm like still doing, um, the loop of the game is kind of like the first half of Pikmin 2, where it's like you're paying a debt. Like you're trying you have to engage in a I don't know if you care about like ancient Babylon stuff, but like if you know what a temple economy is, it's you have to participate in a temple economy and you have to pay what essentially are debts. And the way that you do that is that you go into these like little dungeons. You go into these little dungeons and you get things, you go back. That makes it sound makes it sound really boring. Sounds boring because I recently decided to like throw away like half of the game, but we're gonna figure it out. I'm not I'm not super like worried. It's like Pikmin 2. That's what I need to just like speak in sentences shorter than like 10 minutes. What's the game like? The game's like Pikmin 2. Like a 3D dungeon crawler? Yeah, kind of. It's like right now I'm not committed to it, but something I've been looking at is like just trying to translate, okay, what is like the stuff that I see in my dreams about this game and trying to see like what's the closest equivalent. I've been thinking about and looking at like the dungeons in Zelda games and thinking about what do I actually like about those dungeons, because I noticed that I play those games and I enjoy those games differently than a lot of people, like especially even, and I think this about Dark Souls also. um like I don't enjoy the boss fights in Dark Souls. Like whenever I played the game, I liked the exploring and I liked going through the areas. Like that was always really fun. It's like, oh, I have to do the boss fight now, and it's gonna take me like an hour, and it's like I did not like it. Um, and the exciting part was, okay, the boss fight's done. Now I can go back to like exploring. Um, and I think pretty much the same thing like about Zelda. Uh, Although Zelda does more like puzzles, and I'm not sure I'm like that. I'm not sure I care that much about like explicit puzzles. Like, oh, now it's puzzle time. Um, I mean, of course, you know, games have puzzles like just naturally, but I think a Zelda dungeon is more focused on puzzles than what I'd like to do. Let's just do a quick export. Get a sense of scale if we have to. Our shadow looks terrible here because I'll go project settings. Forgot I did this a while ago. I worked this hard. I worked as hard as I did to get things nice in this game. I think I can earn a buffer to hold my shadows in. Does it still look bad? It still looks bad. Means there's something wrong with the light here too. Directional light. Let's see. If you're more concerned with exploration and traversal, how do you feel about hazards? Yeah, like hazards are fun. You know, having things that you're seeking and things that you're like avoiding and things that like you get encounters with. I think my biggest focus is giving you a lot of things that you are able to do, and then the actual like dungeon part is just like giving you reasons to do them. Um, that sounds stupid, but there's this game called Garage, and this has been my favorite game like this year. I've been playing it, uh, and I like really like this game. But this is like a point and click game. But I think this game does a really good job at like making it clear what things you can do, and then you kind of just like exist in this world and you experience this. And there is a narrative to the game. Like there is a game here, uh, but the game is predicated on these like rules, and it's like it looks very strange. Like I'm showing you this, it's like, oh, this looks weird, but it stops being weird. I think this game is very good at like communicating a place to you. That's something I used to talk about all the time. Um, I'm very focused on how something a game can do that a movie cannot do as well and a book cannot do as well as a game. And it's like the only thing games are better at than movies or books is communicating a location and a place. Um, and it's like the classic example is like, okay, like you're a Warhammer fan. Um, if you're like a fan of Warhammer or you're a fan of any series and you're like, I want a Warhammer game, it's almost never I want a Warhammer game because I want to experience this specific story about like a guy in Warhammer. It's always I want to be given control of and experience this world, to experience this location in some way. So under pretty much everything I'm doing, I'm trying to figure out, for one, I have to make a location that is like interesting to that's interesting to visit, that you would want to visit, and then I have to give you basically the eyes, the ears, and stuff with which you experience this location. And then a location can have a lot of things in it. A location can have stories in it. Locations can have pretty much anything in them. And that's also something. There's another like game development guy named Jonathan Blow who talks about like that stuff about location a lot too. So I know I'm not insane. I know I'm not crazy. And that's kind of like the trouble I've been having recently is I realized one of the biggest tools that I was giving you to interact with whatever location I'm making, it wasn't like that interactive and it wasn't that fun and it didn't, it wasn't it just wasn't that good. So it's hard to design a location when you don't know what the tools for experiencing it are. That's why I'm like that's why I've been like kind of neurotic for the past few days. Don't overcomplicate it. I agree. I think I think it's very easy to overcomplicate things and like say, "Oh, I need this and that and this and that." Um, a lot of the time, it's very small things that can like really sell a place. I think saying a place is a little better than a location. Uh, but yeah, it's like really small things do help a lot. Like Gabe Newell talks about when in some interview where he's talking about like developing Half-Life 1, he's talks about like why bullet holes were like so important to him that they put bullet holes in the game whenever you shoot a wall. And I forget what the exact quote was, but it was like it's like I shoot the wall, but there's no bullet hole, and that's like the world is telling me no. It's some that his quote is something like that. But let's think. Something I notice about myself playing video games is that a lot of the fun I have exploring a dungeon, exploring a location in like Dark Souls is the hope that I'm going to like unlock something or like find some item. And then I notice it particularly sucks when you have to get an item that doesn't actually do anything and it just like advances some quest in some way. That like kind of sucks and it's not very motivating to like just be looking for some progression item. So what is something meaningful? What are some meaningful things? I've been thinking about since I was talking about ditching the like E102 gamma like targeting system. I was thinking about like I wonder if limiting like giving you a limited amount of these rockets and then also giving you different like types of them, if that would be a good way to to encourage a more exploratory play style. And I do think the central, at least for this half of the game, I do think it is very important that what I'm encouraging is exploration. I don't want to yap about it like a whole bunch, but it's very important for one of like the themes that I'm trying to build that in this game, that what you're engaging in is kind of basically like hunter gatherer. Like you exist in this advanced temple economy and you're the single person holding up this economy and your job is like hunter gatherer. So it's like the first job of a human is also the last. The first will also be the last. So getting items that allow you to interact in new and necessary ways, fine, but not merely grabbing keys for doors. I think if the door is like immediately there and it's nearby, then that can be like perfectly fine. But it's like you don't boot up a game. You don't boot up a game and think, "Wow, I'm so excited to collect keys." But yeah, I think you're right. I think, can you believe it? I think you're right when you agree with me. Oh my god. I think you're right when you agree with me. That's so insane. I can't believe I agree. I'm really pushing the limits here. This can connect. I should mirror this. Maybe I'll put a mirror modifier. This makes sense. And you. I have to turn on this so that the vertices will merge. I was wondering, there was something about this area that was like bothering me and I couldn't figure out what it was. I believe you. Uh, um, Five. One thing that is kind of annoying about this plugin is that it's hard to deselect something because it changes keybinds to be more like a. It does change keybinds to be more like a traditional like level editor, kind of like a. What was that one that people used for Quake 1? I forget what it's called. Let me look it up. I need to remember this. And no, Wakey Trench Broom. Apparently, he made it to be like somewhat similar to Trench Broom, which is Quake 1 map editor. No, the reason I brought up all that stuff about like maps and keys and such is because there is naturally a temptation, it seems, because the temptation like design wise is, oh yeah, let's just make every single property that the player has a variable and put a bunch of hats in the game and put a bunch of equipment that like changes everything you do, and that's like what Dark Souls does. Which, don't get me wrong, like it does, like that is very interesting, but that's also a lot of work. That's a lot of work, and it's not. I don't have a team of people behind my game to make that work easy. So that's why I'm thinking about, okay, what if I reward you with things that are small but cause big differences in the way that you interact with the world? How do I want to topologize this? I think what I want is you go there and kind of, yeah. Looks about right to me. And then you gonna try ding ding. Subdivide. Just turning this edge flow to be a little better. There we go. Great. Now we can just connect these very nicely. Let's get these textures in line. All right. Well, what's the most obvious thing to do? Seems here the most obvious thing to do is, oh, you enter the level? Okay, let's put a pit here. Why not draw it out first? What do you mean draw? What purpose does the pit serve? I was just thinking about that while I was like saying it. Like, is this? I think it would depend on where in the game this like level is, right? And I just had the thought maybe I shouldn't put a pit there. Like, am I trying to tutorialize, or am I trying to do something else? Make a list of ways that you want people to navigate the world. Well, we have a few ways that you navigate already. You walk around. We have an E button that you interact with things. I can just show here if I launch the game. I need to take her off of this gay pillar. I don't know why she's on here. Oh yeah, I remember why. I don't know why they're there. So, like, we have this kind of like rudimentary like parkour system. Kind of like, I'm trying to think of a game. It's like, why were the dungeons made? How do they function? Yeah, I think you're right. That is something good. That's something good questions. So I know that the absolute last thing, because right now I'm just working on the demo. The last thing I want to do is like, the last thing I want to work on is the start. Because I don't want to like make a tutorial as the first thing I make. But make a list of ways you want people, yeah. Players are introduced to this dungeon. What part are they in the game? Are they learning a mechanic, testing a mechanic, or are expected to have mastered a mechanic? See, that's what we were talking about earlier. I keep getting told to like just make a level, but I'm not done programming all this stuff with which is going to like inhabit these things. So but the reason I'm not particularly worried, I guess, right now is because this is a Blender file, you know, and I can change it at any time. That being said, design this run around what you have now. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking to do. So like what I just said, like, okay, I have a pit here. Like, I was gonna like just put like, okay, like, let's take these faces here and boom. But the thought I had, and like that made me like, okay, I'm gonna actually pull this back, is I want to make some asymmetry. And the thought I had was to have you like exit this little like enclosure and then give you multiple points of interest that you can look at. That makes sense. Give you multiple points of interest that engage different like parts of the game, I guess. I think that's a good way to put it. So like I have this little like leaping jumping system. So what I'm thinking is I can have like a little pit over here that engages that, and maybe there's like, I don't know, like some entryway up here, and like, ooh, I like using that mechanic, and it seems this mechanic takes me to a place. So I'm gonna go here first. And then maybe like I'll extrude this out right now. And is that along normals? I don't know. Well, that's working actually. Yeah. Yeah, kind of. Not really. What if I just... That better? No. What if I... It doesn't... Yeah, you guys are being... I'm sorry if I sound argumentative, but you guys are being helpful. I'm just like kind of thinking out loud about this stuff. So here, what I can do is food on the normals. There we go. And we can turn this into like its own kind of room. Turn on vertex snapping, that is. I'm not on grid snap. No. Oh no. There we go. I thought something fell off earlier. You don't seem argumentative. I just don't wanna. I don't wanna. No. You know what I mean? I like that pumpkin. No, I don't want that. Where is he? Seems like it could be something. Right now, the only thing I reward you for in the game is killing things. That's like that's the only method by which I like spawn rewards. But I mean, it's not bad to have like little. It's like a little bevel, I think. Only good. We'll take this here. Like, seeing all these decimals is bothering me so much. I do not like decimals. I wonder if there's... Let me see. I want to see if there's like a way I could like automatically round everything to an integer. Hmm. Let's do this. I'll just be able to run this, right? It's also okay to say no. Devs don't need to ignore or accept all input. They need to discern what input is valuable and what input isn't. I agree. There is certain there is like certain things that are just like no. Um I do like I don't know. I agree. Um like I remember someone earlier was telling me you should just make the game a platformer. My earbuds are about to alright. You have a good night, Sekuhara. Been wonderful talking to you. You're very insightful. But this active object. Data. Where is it? Ooh. Okay, it's a for loop. So we're just trying to round everything. I uh, did it work? Yes, it worked. Oh, how pretty. How pretty. How pretty. Look at that. Oh, ain't that just a beautiful little thing? I need to like save that save that script. Yeah. Now we just have to move that down. Wow, that was so convenient. Eight by eight. Eight. All right. Now this will hopefully look right. Um, and now not by 0.5, but by 0. Or I guess 0.75. Makes more sense. Maybe this should be filled in. Can I do a grid fill? And here, what I can do is have I don't know, like a sunroof, I guess. Bida bida boga. And then we can edge tools, circle, and then we adjust the center of that circle. But it looks like our circle needs more room. All right. Extrude this, and a little trick I know is I can rotate this to make it look smoother. They do this in Ocarina of Time for the trees. Yeah. A little less, I don't know, jarring maybe? Enough? I can add a light. Hot light. There we go. Export. Now, what can I do to make this look like sunlight? They're saying this is a good color. Let's try it. Oh yeah, that does look like sunlight. Are you not casting shadows? The big thing is that you can't look up. So I don't need to worry that much about what's up. Also, it has seen that the level in its whole is actually pretty. What is this? The light scale? Not scaled. Why are you scaled? Oh, did I not apply? Why? You are not scaled. Why are you so bright? I did not make you so bright. Man. I just realized. What I just realized was that I was editing a resource. Save this in assets. Ding ding. Maybe we can work a little bit on this targeting thing. How will we do it? So it needs to be in your, it needs to be like in your view. It's not in, does it have to be in your view? That would make sense to me. But also, like, you might know it's there and then you just, like, turn your camera away and you still expect it to be selected. Hmm. But then, if you're looking at something and there's another thing behind you, it should probably, like, prioritize the thing you're looking at. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Hmm. Now, maybe I should. I'm thinking, how do we? It sounds to me like we're gonna have some kind of like points system. Um, hmm. Where, of course, like a bunch of these enemies just get outright excluded, but then we have to think uh, out of the enemies that it could select, which one does it select? Now, I wonder, should that be based on the angle the player is facing, or should it be based on the angle the camera is facing? I know normally it would be the camera, but I feel like, geez, I know normally it would be the camera, but the player in our game, I feel like you have more control over like the direction your player is facing than you do over the direction the camera's facing. let's make another. So we confirmed like that we shouldn't just outright like skip it. Okay. Makes no sense. It'll ultimately be a float. How might I have to look that up because I'm really not sure how I could do it. I just realized this whole time the Twitch wasn't working. That's so strange. Ding ding ding. Ding 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 ding. I see. Okay, so let's make it null. Let's go through this. Call it bodies. Huh? What is this? Dot. Okay. Not a character body 3D, we leave. If you are not an enemy. Ugh. I'm gonna make a flow. I think the scoring system is like that's the only way we could do this, right? I'm trying to think like what? How else would we get hmm. The only other thing I can think is if we offset the position of the like area, then we could like when we get their distance, we compare their distance to somewhere that's in front of the player. Bling, bling, bling. How is this? I don't know. I could, if we don't do that, then it'll just. So, and we already know how to get distance. How do we get an angle? Let me look up how to get. How am I gonna get this angle? Would it be? It's good. Justral. Just chill. Still working on the platformer. We're not. No. I'm thinking about this like little scoring system we have going on. No, it's not a plat. Yeah, I know what you mean. It is the same game, but not like that part of the game. No, we're working on shooting things. We're working on shooting things, and you wouldn't know right now because all we're doing is picking a target. Right now, it just picks the closest one to you, but I'm trying to also like factor in where you're looking, and I think it'll. So we can actually use our distance. Yeah, we can use our distance to know. If we get angle to here. Does it have missions? Kind of. It depends on what you mean by missions. Not in the game, no. If you mean like planned, like you're gonna have like explicit goals. However, I want, rather than just telling you, hey, go do this, I want to give you options such that you are given a natural proclivity to do the things I want you to do. Like you can use time plus killed enemies. I'm not sure what you mean. Also, welcome back, Sekuhara. We're working on this little thing. So it's gonna be... Is that right? I think that's right, actually. Is that? Yeah. I think we need to clamp this, though. And... let me get what should I call this? It's gonna be a vector 3. Almost out of the wage cage. Facts. That's like my entire, like, my whole life at this point is just like go to job, get home from job, sleep, eat like a little bowl of oats, game dev, take another nap, wake up, eat dinner, and then do more game deving. What should I call this? Direction. Well, it's not a direction because it's not normalized, and it can't be normalized. I think. Can't be. I think it can be. Actually, yeah. Yeah. So dumb. I'm not teleporting to you. Okay. But no. Oh my god. What are you... Just two. I don't know. I've been so dumb. I've been so dumb the past couple days. Like, the faster you are, the higher the score. When I talk about the score, what I'm talking about is when we're like picking a target, there's multiple enemies. There's multiple enemies that are gonna be like within your radius that you can target. Right now we just pick the one that's closest to you, but I also want you to you know, for example, if something is like right behind you, but then there's like an enemy that's far away, and it's farther away from you, I want you to be able to like... I want you to have influence over like what you choose, other than just positioning, like changing your position. Because I also give you control over your angle. I think your angle should matter too. And maybe I'll do the camera also, like let the camera have some influence. Just so that you can have more intention. Do you read by any chance? I read more than most people, but not like, not a, you know what I mean? Not like as my primary hobby. I mean, like this entire game is like I can get it here, has been based on, not based on, but there's this book, and I haven't like finished it, but I do just kind of like go through it every now and then. Like I'll just kind of like go somewhere and like see like, okay, well, what's this about? How indebtedness led to a dependent labor. Um, this is a book. It's not like a narrative book. It's like a historical book about temple economies called Lending, Foreclosure, and Redemption from Bronze Age Finance to the Jubilee Year, right? So this is relevant to the like I need to understand like the stuff in this book to make a game about the concepts that are in here. Uh, I'm trying to think like the most recent thing I've read that is not like I guess like that's like a nonfiction like historical thing. Um, a while ago, before I like started getting like super into game deving, I was working on like translating. I don't know any other languages. I was just like using dictionaries and like kind of a like cross-referencing between a few like LLMs. I was translating some hymns from the Moravian church, which is the church I go to, which originally a lot of their hymns were in Czech and German, which I don't speak either of those. Uh, and the reason I wanted to translate them is because it used to be a much more weird and like radical church than it is now. So I thought that was like curious. What is your fave? That's hard. I don't know if I can tell you a favorite, but I do something I do want to like read about. What am I trying to say? I need to remember the name. The Man in the Iron Mask. I want to read this because a lot of like it gets brought up a lot, like kind of like around, and I think this is like a fiction book, like kind of like historical fiction, right? It was like 1850s. Um, so that's something I want to read, and that's just like a story. What's something else? I'm trying to think of like a while ago I read a book called The Summer Doctor. I got at like half price. And I don't know if it's that relevant to the game. It was just kind of like a nice little story. It's like it's just about a guy that like kind of moves into like what's his name? What's his name? Did I say what's his name? What's his the place? New England. He's like moving to New England. He like gets on this bougie island, and like the first thing he does is he gets like massively scammed by all the locals. They're just I don't know. And what I did like about this is I kind of had like the same experience when like when I started going to a new church. It was just like you're kind of you don't realize how naive you are, you know. Like you go to the church and everyone's like asking you questions, right? And you think like, oh, they're just curious about me. They're also like nice and loving. And then the reality is like, oh, actually you're being initiated. Like this is your basically filling out the form, being initiated into being initiated into their like gossiping, right? Like they're asking you all these questions, like it's kind of like you're at the DMV or something, and they're like registering you into the gossip database. So it's kind of, I thought that was kind of funny. There's a movie as well. I think I do. I Yeah. I think I've seen. I haven't seen that movie, but I have seen like pictures, I guess, of it. Have you heard of Eaters of the Dead by Michael Crichton? I have not. Let me look that up. Eaters of the... It looks neat. Yeah. I hope there's no girls with like boobies or something. Like AI. Give a white boy a Wikipedia page. A 10th century Muslim Arab who travels with a group of Vikings. That's a that's a combination. That looks interesting. Let me bookmark that. Theory classics? I have like cursory knowledge about the classics. Like I know I like Moby. I know that I like Melville just because he's important and he influences all the stuff that like I like naturally. I've been saying I need to like consume more like stuff. I need to like play more video games and watch more movies and like read more like books that are trying to entertain you. Well, they're doing more than trying to entertain you. Like if it's a good book, it's trying to like change the way that you think about the world. Oh, maybe Melville isn't what you meant by classics. Have you read Thinking Fast and Slow? I have not. Let me look at this. Thinking Fast and Slow. The 2011 popular science book by the Israeli-American psychologist Daniel Kahneman. Its main thesis is a differentiation between two modes of thought. System 1 is fast, instinctive, and emotional. System 2 is slower, more deliberative, and more logical. It's omega popular. Always nice chilling with you. It's you too, Rally. All my buddies are here. All my buddies are here. Hmm. What this does remind me of, what is there? There's a book called The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind. I think that's what it's called. And that's what kind of reminds me. Watch out, he is Israeli. Might get some people on Twitch triggered. I mean, Israeli American psychologist. That is a little bit of a. It's a little worrying. It's a little worrying. Ooh, but I'm into philosophy. I mean, pretty much everyone is like there's a lot of people for whom like their philosophy is a religion, and there's also a lot of Christians and like people of other religions for whom their religion is like a philosophy. Not sure about that. What was I saying before? Oh yeah, what this kind of reminds me of is a book called I think it's called The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind. And it kind of posits that the reason for these like ancient, you know, polytheistic religions was that people would they could only think in complex terms. They had to like trick themselves into thinking in complex ways by having like a conversation with something that was like just in their head. Like religion hands down projected answers from above. At the end of the day, it relies on faith. Well, I think I was talking about this with my buddy Marcus. Everyone has like a faith in something. If you didn't have a faith in anything, then you would be a very you're either like a kind of like what's the phrase, like epistemic nihilist, or you're like actively searching for some truth that you do believe exists. And even then, that's like, well, you have faith that that truth exists. Um, like for a Christian, like out of all of the religions of the world, like Christianity is the most atheistic. Like the only, not saying having faith is bad, but faiths are not created equals. I could see that. I don't think you're being unreasonable. Religion does inspire philosophy. I mean, you know, I'm not trying to get too pseudo here, but Hegel was a devout Lutheran, and I think Hegel was like the first person to like outright say that there is like to say that the Trinity was not just like incidentally true, but also like necessary. Like that the Trinity wasn't a choice of like an omnipotent, omniscient God, but that the Trinity is what a God has to be. God cannot be God without the Trinity, and that's just what he thought. Um, and that's like, at least right now, Hegel. That's John philosophy. Like faith in science, for example, is much more reasonable than faith in some God. For most people, that's true, but for Jesus, that's not true. Like not like for faith in him, but for him, like as a person, that wasn't true. Like most people, the way most people's conception of God is not really one that lines up with who and what God really is. So like when they have faith in God, like they do ultimately have a genuine faith in God, but uh, I mean, oftentimes their faith fails them, and that's why they need to be ready for that. That's why I get very bothered by like prosperity gospel stuff where people are like, yeah, just pray for it and like good things will happen if you're like a Christian. Like making any kind of promises or like predictions about the future. And it's just like, well, to me, every single time I've seen that happen, it's just like you're asking to like for God to prove you wrong. I don't know. I'd say that's only true because science has things that humans made to explain them. Well, yeah, because like when we say science, we're kind of I'm kind of using like Christian like jargon here, but it's kind of like a leviathan, as is described in the Book of Job, which is to say that it's not it's like it's even though we all know what science is and we know science is a real thing, you cannot like point me to an object called science. In the same way, like we all know Coke is a real thing. You can point me to a can of Coke. You can point me to headquarters of like Coke, the company. You cannot point me to Coke, even though Coke is a thing. And then that's what that's like just an example of a leviathan. Um, so it's like there still isn't, there still like is this entity being constructed. It's called science. And what science means for most people who say that they prefer science to religion, science just means like the general consensus of the general consensus of the what's the, we might say, the palace. It's easy for a man to understand why a pencil exists because he made the pencil. It has a direct purpose. Yeah, and then there are some creations which supersede, they supersede their purpose and they supersede their creation. Like there's no guy who made Coke, right? Um, when something doesn't have a direct purpose, isn't it inspires people to contemplate them. That's true. Or if that even if it does have a direct purpose, but that purpose is obscured or hard to identify. Purpose is a human-made concept. Purpose does not exist, only cause does. I think you can believe in an objective purpose while also maintaining that we have a faulty ability to identify what a purpose is. It's just like if you believe in God, then you know then that he has like, you know that he has certain things, but you also know that your ability to predict what God like thinks is like probably wrong. um, just because we don't understand him perfectly. I hate missing out on this conversation. Work picked up too much. I mean, it's all right. We'll be back. There's always more time. The kingdom of heaven is time. Free time is the kingdom of heaven. That's what Christ emphasized. I don't get the house example. The house example. Oh. A house isn't just a place to sleep in. Well, I think what he means is that like, well, you don't just sleep in your house. A house has multiple purposes because you also go to your house just to stay cool, right, from the sun. You go to your house because that's where the food is. You go to your house because that's a, you know, like there's a lot of things that you do in a house. Purpose is not a man-made concept, it's a use case, and then causes come from the usage of the purpose. If I may interject, there's Christians who believe in an idea, and I'm not necessarily like affirming it, but it is an idea that they have, and they call it divine simplicity, which is that if you take any of these individual concepts and you perfect that concept, that ultimately it'll lead to God. You know, that like if a pizza, like if you had a pizza pie and the pizza pie is like genuinely perfectly round, well, the only way you could make it perfectly round is to make it perfect in every other way also, which to be completely perfect is to be God. I just say I respect that Christianity is a matter of faith, but also invites reason. I mean, yeah, they all come, like, there's a lot to this stuff. I think a lot of people don't even realize how much they take for granted. Like, there's a lot of people who, like, they'll say they're not Christian, but then, like, but then they think and they operate as if they're a Christian. And it's like, and Jesus said, know them by their fruit. I know a lot of people who don't call themselves Christian, but then they produce Christian fruit all the time. So... No, what was I doing? There's a lot of people who say you're complicating it. I don't think too much. I hate those. Thanks for listening to my yapping. I mean, everyone's welcome. I cannot remember, like, the last time I was bothered by, like, something someone said. Where it was, like, or bothered enough to, like, I want them to, like, shut up, I guess. Like, I can not like things someone says, but I've never, like, been tempted to, like, shut someone up. But the point of me saying that is, science is a man-made construct. It's a way of understanding the world through weight, heat, etc. And God is outside of man. So we have no way to gauge him. I don't disagree. I'm like trying to because like I know a lot of atheist people, and it's like historically, I don't know. There's a lot to it, but I think my focus with like the science thing is more just on like trying to bridge the gap, I guess, because there is like a gap. Like we're using a whole bunch of jargon words, and like like I'm saying me and you, Rowley, we'll use these phrases that we're familiar with. Kind of, you might say it's like a token, that me and you like might understand, but that like someone who's like not initiated and doesn't like know all the, they don't know all the things, like they hear it and they just take the words at face value, and then it's very easy to be misunderstood. I don't know how much truth there is in it. I don't know how much truth there is in anything I say either. Like J.R.R. Tolkien. I guess, yeah. Like he kind of like sneaks like Christian stuff into like Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I guess it's kind of similar. Now, what was I thinking? We can calculate a score just based on this, so that would be flow. Equals, we'll do distance, plus angle there, and we have to multiply this by like some kind of factor. 10. Science isn't man-made in the same way that math is not man-made. It's something we are able to do. From a Christian perspective, they are merely things made possible because God exists. I'm thinking about that. I don't think that's like an actual disagreement. I think that's just like a, to me it seems that's kind of just a dispute in like on the Leviathan, like what, like, is science like the words? If science is the words, then the words are definitely um divinely inspired. Like language is very important scripturally. You know, they call Jesus, he is the word, and in John, like the book of John starts out with, in the beginning there was the word. uh, One and one made two before we had numbers and were able to do our sums. I don't get your point about God being outside of grasp and how that affects our understanding of him in any way. I mean, you can kind of see here, like, I'm a Christian and my buddy Rowley is a Christian, and Sekuhara's like pretty much Christian. Even, I don't know, I don't want to speak for him, but it's like, but you can observe that it's like there's very different backgrounds and very different like fundamental like reasons and understandings, but it ultimately all points back to the guy that was born 2,000 years ago. There is no way to test God's presence like there is gravity. I mean, yeah. Like whenever I see somebody like convert and they like become a Christian, and I mean like actually not just like in, you know, like culturally because like, you know, they're getting married to someone, but like they actually, you know, care about it. It's always because they took something for granted. They took a little thing for granted before, and they're not really willing to let it go in favor of whatever they have to give up. Like just for example, for a lot of atheist people, like this was my mom. For her, it was like the her wondering about free will. Like if you're like a strict atheist, which you, I mean, you can be, but like free will being a thing, you have like the all you can kind of do is like completely reject the dichotomy of free will, um, and like still be an atheist. But like if you want to believe in strict determinism, then you have to believe, you know, that there is something making the determination. And then if you want to believe that there is a free choice, then you have to believe that there is like a random number generator, in which case you kind of believe in an impersonal mathematical God. Um, I can't believe, but I understand and respect. That's all right. That makes sense. You don't have to believe in any of that. I mean, if you want to pick a side, if you want to like pick a side in free will, um, have you read Free Will by Sam Harris? I'm not familiar, no, but the only you have to just reject the dichotomy that like free will is just a word and that words don't hold like a special importance, and then you communicate this using words. um but like random number generator God is like, I mean, yeah, it's not true, but that's like a big gateway belief into like a Christian. I still don't get what you're coming at. Hmm. I don't know, I'm trying to think. I try to meet people where they are. You know what I mean? There's so much evil in the world. I would like to, but I can't lie to myself and others. God did not make tin soldiers, he made men. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that is the hardest part, like, for me too. I cannot tell any person if I have genuine faith. Like, for all I know, I'm LARPing, and I do not know if I'm just LARPing. Um, Obviously, I hope I don't, and I like work towards not. How does the belief free will does not exist to random? Um, it's the belief that free will does exist. If you believe that free will exists as like a, well, I say specifically as like the kind of atheist who believes everything is, material. I mean, you might say like like a very spatial atheist. And typically, like, this will be like, if they want to believe in free will, then they'll explain it through like, oh yeah, like, did you know quantum stuff means that not everything's predetermined? Like, there is randomness, and like this can justify free will in some way. Like, that's kind of like what like pop science uh like leads people towards, which, whether it's true or not, like whatever the current like pop science is what a lot of people like get categorized into by themselves. They categorize themselves into these things, and from there, like, those people believe in a god that is a random number generator. The some way is what you're missing. I wish you were here like 3 days ago when I was like smart. Because quantum mechanics only works on a microscale. Yeah. But the justification is that because there is some unpredictability, like there being an unpredictability and there being an actual like true randomness, that's how it's justified. And it's like, well, of course, like quantum stuff only works on a quantum scale. Um, but there's no implicit belief that it has to be like at a higher level of like your neurons. And it's like I said some way, but they also will say some way. It's like it's ultimately a justification. It's not a like actual conclusion. It's not because we discovered this, now we have identified a phenomenon known as free will. It is we already believed in free will, and then now we get a justification to believe in it. You can't possibly justify that. Randomness existing doesn't mean it affects us because of the scale difference. I agree. I don't know what am I supposed to tell you? I agree. I agree that not it's not an entirely justifiable position. That's why I don't hold it. That's why I said it's a gateway drug. If God were RNG, morality is objective either way. There is no good reason to reject. Yeah, I mean, the difference between an objective and a subjective morality is like almost, like, practically it's very little. It's either there is an objective morality and we have The only meaningful difference is when you believe there's an objective morality, and also you know what it is personally, which like almost nobody believes. There's no good reason to reject reality. Mm-hmm. There is no objective morality as far as I'm concerned. You cannot deduce morality in the lab. But you still have morality. You know what I mean? If the world is randomly generated by the random number generator atheist god, then wouldn't we be affected by it if we live on the planet? I mean, yeah, pretty much. Like, the difference I'm highlighting between, like, if you're an atheist and you want to have like a position on free will, you either, like, the strict determinism god is the god which is like they believe in a god that's like a stateful god where something started, and then these starting conditions, out of these starting conditions emerged behavior. You might compare it to how atheist and believe in a god. I mean, they do. I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. Like, if you are an atheist but you want to believe in free will, if you want, not even if you want to reject free will, you have to believe in God. And if you want to accept free will and you believe in free will and you take it for granted, then you also have to believe in a god, some kind of god. You need some conception of it. And the only way that you can like be an atheist and like, you have to completely reject free will as like a thing at all to be accepted or rejected. You have to say it's a false dichotomy entirely. I don't believe in either of those. It's whatever you have faith in. It's whatever. Like, do you think you have faith in nothing? I don't know. I've never met someone who genuinely has no faith in anything. What kind of God do I have faith in? Probably it's a little I don't mean to be pushy, but you know, it's probably the same one as me. Like, if the thing you have faith in is the like general consensus of the people around you and even the people not around you, I don't know. Sounds like you recognize something in them. Because it's not like you've deduced all these things by yourself. It's not like you were born like out of nothing and just born as like a 20-year-old adult in the world. You came out of like a mother, and you had all these relations from like your inception. You have faith in nothing, then it becomes something. You have faith in nothing, then nothing becomes something because you have faith in it. Assume you mean the mere axioms you take for granted, those are God? Well, I personally don't believe in axioms, but that's not a terrible way to put it. But like, what is the most important is not just like what you say and what you think with your mind. It is what you actually believe. And something Jesus says, he says, the only way you can know a person is by their fruit. The word, like the words and the thoughts, and knowing someone by their fruit, that will include you. The only way you will know yourself is by your fruit. And you can think of that as just actions. I don't think I have to like dumb it down or anything. But like you can say and formalize all these things, but ultimately, the vast majority of people, uh, even people who like say I have faith only in science, only in what is able to be deduced and measured, they have a faith in the people around them, the people who are images of God, who are in God's image, and who Jesus said to the Pharisees, "Ye are gods," in the second person plural, because this religion places the very, very strong importance on the other. You don't get to just be by yourself. Unfortunately, you don't get to just be by yourself. You have to recognize an other. But will this work? I'm not sure. The score. That's exactly what I wanted. Interesting conversation. I enjoyed lurking. I enjoyed talking about stuff. I don't mind. I don't mind people disagreeing. Admittedly, usually because they don't like really disagree all that much. Thank you for existing, you and your viewers. I think you mean my friends, my buddies, my friendo, which includes you. What is being selected right now? I need to eliminate. If you don't have line of sight with the enemy, we eliminate. So let's do that really quickly. I'm finally out of the wage cage. Let's go Sekuhara. What did I call this? Is it not? Where's my fucking linter? God. Hello? What did I call you? Raycast World Hit Info. There we go. Oh, just don't hit. Does that work? I knew that wouldn't work. You dog. Okay. What arguments do I have to give you? The function. How do you feel today, Daniel? Collins, I think you're messing with me. I'm the gas station. No, my name isn't Daniel. What the hell? Why? Why? You know my name. Oh, you're trolling me. Yeah, sure. if the ray cast, if not the ray cast, if it fails, then we continue. I'm just going through the top first names in Texas list. People call me my real name on here all the time. Okay, not all the time, but I did read that message, but I'm not gonna address it. But I did read that message. Why is it not working? Where did I mess up? I have a feeling it's like based on the wrong angle. Is that it? Why doesn't this work? Why do you get a special privilege? I think I know. Position plus 3. And I think I do a similar thing up here so I can check. In my walk cycle. I don't know why I'm shitting myself with animating these crabs. Although not bustly. I'm glad you're animating. Remember you showing off your game like a couple weeks ago. Where is my stuff? I like did this before. Potential? Is that it? Did hit something. Hopefully I can get back to work on the cloud game, but none of the teammates are doing something. Yeah. I just realized I need to pray more to God and complain less to God. That's a good, like what's the phrase? I don't know. That's a good thought. We keep going back to this stuff. Like we were talking not that long ago. Like, do you need to formalize something as a prayer in order for it to be a prayer? And although I'm not sure, I'm kind of leaning towards probably not. Because I mean, you can accidentally, just like you can accidentally like make an idol, you can accidentally worship a demon. Solomon worshipped Mammon. Solomon thought he was worshiping God, but Solomon was worshiping Mammons. He was worshiping money. And that's why he was an antichrist. He brought in 666 talents of silver, I think it was. Right? And he definitely didn't do that like super on purpose. So if you can do a bad thing on accident, then it seems reasonable to me that you can also do a good thing such as prayer. You can do that on accident too. Sometimes in my complaints I forget to request assistance. Yeah. What am I thinking about? You hit something. That makes sense. Okay. Let me get this. Let me just copy all of this and go down. Makes sense. All right. I need to move her. I need to move her. There we go. Much better. And then go up. Oh no! Our table. Done for the night? Alright, you have a nice one, Rowley. Always nice to see you around. I hope you come back. I wonder, is it only like, does it only care about like lateral distance? I mean, can I make this thing like always render in front? That might be useful. Ah, Lord willing, I'll be back soon, of course. Always welcome. Can I make this render in front? Um, um, sort of. Axe. Makes me so happy seeing all my buddies. All my buddies. X-ray? That good? Do I just make the X-ray the same color? The X-ray is also red. This is dumb. This is dumb, but it's temporary, so I don't really care. It's so dumb. Oh, that's funny. It's not X-raying for some reason. What? X-raying over her? What's going on? When do you do your filtered animations? I don't think what you're asking. My filtered animations. Do you just animate the bones that are moving? Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So like if I go back here in Blender, let me save this. Go to Slink, and I look at her. What's an animation? Like you can see orb idle. That's not the right animation. I go. The gun one is a more clear example, actually. My gun. Boot. Idle. Gun startup. You can see here. And then it just like ping pongs. And it looks very awkward, but it works. And this one too also. I just have her like in the idle pose. It's just a T pose except for the arm, yeah. And this one also probably should be a T pose, but it's not. This is not rendering the same way that it is in here though. Frustrating me. What if I make you invisible? What is making you red? Why are you still red? Is it because you're back facing? I want to get this looking like something. Am I crazy? What is... Oh! I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. Okay. And then we make this. Well, no, that's not gonna work. Didn't work. I'll say this thing is very averse. Let me just look it up. Yeah, that kind of works. Should be enough that like I'll be able to see it under everything. Yep. Why does it never get this thing? Oh, because he's a crab. I think this works well, doesn't it? Does this look like it's like kind of neat? Hmm. Why is it selecting those though? It shouldn't. Makes no sense to me. Is it because like it doesn't have line of sight? It's like selecting some of them. What's up with you? And why are you what? What is going on? Why? It's like I get too close to you, you disappear. I need to figure this out. Multiplayer. I think it's this. Hold the phone. I'm so dumb. I think. Never mind. Gosh darn it. Dag, nabbit, dag it. Is this the best game deving on YouTube? Right now it is. Because nobody else is live streaming. What's good, V underscore no despair? Like, what the heck? What the heck? You didn't pop into my stream to say hi? When were you doing a live stream? Was it earlier today? I might have been asleep. Was it yesterday night? I don't think it's my fault because you always you at like Devin Gupta. The only person you at for your live stream is Devin Gupta. Just got off. I said, well, of course I couldn't. I was live. I'm game Devin. I'm game Devin. Almost 3 hours streaming. How long have I been? How long have I been? I've been on for 3 hours. I've been on for 3 hours. 3 hours and 30 minutes. I'm just saying, you don't at me. You don't at me. You only get Devin Gupta. You at one person to go to your live stream. And you're mad at me that I didn't pull up when you didn't even at me. Maybe I didn't feel welcome. Maybe I didn't feel wanted. But why is this not working? I added 3 people? Oh, 3. It was 3 people. Okay, Mr. Popular. So you have 3 people now, you don't need me anymore. Okay. I see how it is. That's too fine. That's fine by me. I'm too shy. Okay, so it's still not working. So that wasn't actually the problem. What could it be? Am I getting the angle wrong? Damn it. Does the angle not matter? Like, this is obviously not the one that's closest to me. But what? Good. Slowly. To enemy level position. Like that is yes. The distance is that. To enemy normalized. Like where is the problem? How is this not giving me the one that's closest? What? X. Alright, you have a nice one, the underscore no despair. Probably gonna go here in about 20-ish minutes. There's an event I need to attend. There is an event. Why it is it the multiplication? Oh. What event are you headed to? You're invited too. It's I can't say the name of it, but I'll show you. I'll send it to you via private DM. Yeah, it's an event in the middle of the night. I'll show you via private DM. But I can't talk about it. I can't talk about it in public. It's a private event. Rather exclusive. Not any Joe Schmo can just go. Okay, what the actual fuck is this? Why? I'm befuddled. I thought maybe, just maybe, it would be Power Rangers Part 4. I don't know why we stopped watching Power Rangers. You stopped liking Guilty Gear XX Accent Core Plus R, and that made Torball stop liking Power Rangers. I don't know if he has anything planned. I think we're probably gonna watch if there's nothing planned, then I have to like come up with a plan. I'm just gonna like put on Be Kind Rewind and make everyone watch Be Kind Rewind. You are an enemy. You are an enemy generic. You don't like fail any of these checks. I know you're not failing any of these checks. Actually. I never liked accent core. Really? That. Mm. 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 Reload was better. I'm not gonna lie. The only one I even know of is Plus R. Plus R is the only one I've played. I know that the all the EX characters are based on their accent core versions, and I know that Anji in Strive is supposed to be like the same Anji from like XX and not Plus R, which is like why he sucks. Sucks to play, not sucks tier category, whatever, but is not fun. Like his 6H is a multi-hit. Why is this? Why does it break when I have the modes? It breaks around my modes. I'm about to ask a robot. I'm just gonna ask a robot. Is there a reason this doesn't work? Like, I feel like I did everything right. This is calculating the distance. Just fine. Hmm. Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm now at my PC. Back. Are you gonna be attending the event, Sekuhara? Will you be attending the event? It'll be quite the thriller. When are we gonna hop on Lost Saga? Lost Saga. Oh, Saga. No, Saga? Lost. I'm God. You know, maybe I'm glad I'm going to this certain event. Maybe I belong at this certain event. I was only half listening. What event? Oh, nothing. There's an event. It's just that there's an event today in a lake of sorts, in a creek, a puddle. You might call it a pond. You know, there's an event in a little pond today. There's an event. What is Lost Saga? This is like Spiral Knights. Oh, this is that game. This is that game with the women in it. Tachibana and Soul Bad Guy. And yeah, Tachibana. Maybe say the time. It's in like 20 minutes. In 20 minutes is when it starts. The event is in 20 minutes. I am average American. I play bad game RuneScape. Okay. Now I think it works. I'm convinced it works. Yay, it works. Bet. Axe. So letting you know, not bustly. Bet is like slang that young people are using right now, and it basically means like you can bet, you can bet on this. It's usually like affirmative, like a affirmation. For translating, no problem. I want to be all inclusive. I want to be all inclusive so that even someone who is 40 years old, even if even a 17, a 18, I think a 21, at least 20, a 21-year-old or an 80-year-old will feel welcome here. People have been saying it since I was in high school. Ah, it's what the young people, it's what the it's what us young 40-year-olds have been saying. I need to make you not do this. It's just if equals null, and target doesn't equal null, is I think in C sharp, you want to make sure that whichever outcome of your condition is more hot, you want to make sure that it's like the affirmative, and then the unhappy path is the one that's less common. I imagine you're usually not gonna have a target. So the target is null, we'll make it invisible. And then just that. Get rid of our little ternary operator. There we go. What the fuck? What? Stupid, 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 stupid. There we go. Why? Oh. I don't make it. I don't make it. I'm not careful to make it visible. Or this if target. Well, I mean, I guess we can just like. True. I don't know, it feels about right to me. Maybe we also factor in the camera? Let's try that. So, angle to camera. Close that, and then we're gonna do current camera. At. All right. This OST is scary. I'm gonna go back to a regular OST. Alright. I didn't really like test it out. I just kind of like looked at it and was like, yep, looks good, but I didn't like do much testing. That was a crazy rocket. That was cool. Alright. Guess let's go in Blender for the while we're wrapping up. I like Fable. Alright. This is kind of looking like something. Oh yeah, I need to get this to have the shadows. I wonder why it doesn't. Should have the shadows. Why do you not have shadows? I mean, I guess I can't just turn them on. Yeah, that makes sense. I saw like a video a while ago that gave me a good insight about how to use shadows in this game. Is that when you light an object in a game, it's gonna sound so stupid. It doesn't just like make itself brighter and everything around it darker, but also the shadows generated can be used to like point at things, to point at things that are important, like fingers. That looks good. I like this. Like changes directions, but not a bunch. Let's try to make these. Try to make a couple stairs as well. All right. Oh no no. This topology will not work. We need a vertex over here. Let's just fill this in like that. With an evil end god. There we go. And then we're gonna do the same thing over here. Now, we can work out those icons later, but now, we put that at like a roughly a right angle, and we can make stairs out of it if we bevel. Nope, bevel. 'Cause, like, if we, like, make stairs out of it, if we bevel. Nope, bevel. 'Cause, like, if we, like, make stairs out of it, if we bevel. Nope, bevel. 'Cause, like, if we, like, make stairs out of it, if we bevel. Nope, bevel. 'Cause, like, if we, like, make stairs out of it, if we bevel. Nope, bevel. like so. Edges, custom. Let me switch to steps. Segments. 16 segments. Very nice. There we go. These look like some fine steps to me. Now, oh, there we go. Now we take full section. So, hold shift key. And just rotate that exactly 90 degrees. There's not 90 degrees. That is not 90 degrees. That's good. Dispel. Dispel. Hope you are doing swell. A lot worse now? I see. That is unfortunate. I don't think I'm gonna make these hard edges, because... Oh, you're causing a problem. When are you? There's no, like, other face here. A little bit of overdraw. And I could, like, do half. That's... Ding, ding. All right. Wonder why the normals are sometimes like so. Why is your normal the way it is? Ah, I thought something was wrong with you. Fortunately, we are just wrapping up here. What? Oh, double faces? So what is this process and what is the goal? I don't know. I'm just kind of like playing because I found out like pretty recently like a good way to make stairs with a bevel. And I'm just experimenting with like, okay, whenever I make stairs, do I just accept that it's gonna be like a bunch of there's gonna be a bunch of triangles on either side of it? Or is there like a consistent way to get like at least somewhat nice quads out of it? That's kind of what I'm trying to find out right now. Hold on. Hold on. Let me mesh, you know, merge by this. And then right now, my normals are the wrong way. Right. And stuff. There we go. And that'll make our things look more normal. You're like a wizard in Blender? You think so? I'm flattered. There are people that would crucify me. There are people that would crucify me over some of this stuff. And then I would like for corner. I don't know. Should the room be a square? Square goes in the square. I don't want to be normal though. I don't want to be below. Looks about right to me. And then we can like make a bunch of cuts here. Go there. You guys are gonna make a quads of yourselves. And then we go here. Depth flow, edge tools. These are the tools. Face. Oh, I need the edges. This is gonna make them like evenly spaced out. So I don't have to. I guess I'm being kind of like I don't know, schizophrenic about like making sure everything is like in the perfect measurement. But outset work, kind of. I don't know, I just think it's like a neat like lamb shape. I wonder if I can like do anything with this. So far my impression is this would have been a little bit easier if I just let these be triangles. but oh well. Yeah, I think this is good. Let's export the level and then I'll wrap up the live stream for today. And then of course we will be back later. Whoa, you're different. I mean, you don't look bad, but you look wrong. You're not bad, but you are wrong. This is too great a leap. He falls down every step. Let's normal. And 2. I still don't understand the issue with triangles if they're not being animated. For me, it's organization. Like, it may... I've personally noticed it does, like, end up making a big difference when you're, like, alt-selecting things. And, another thing that's kind of specific to my use case is I may do vertex lighting, and that means that I want to have, like... I want these levels to have generally, like, evenly spaced vertices, because that's the only way that, that vertex lighting is, like, gonna look neat, but I'm not dogmatic about no triangles. Not normally. I'm just, like, seeing, like, okay, what does it look like to try to make all these quads? Is that, like... Is that a... What? The idea. Is that, like, the best idea? Are your normals inverted? Why are you the way you are? Oh, did I made a mistake. Like, what are your weird normals? Are you like... Really? Yeah, like I bet doing that selected like everything else. Not sure. Anyway, the floor is supposed to be rocky. Supposed to be a rocky floor. And you should probably also be like that. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. You're wrong. Okay, I was about to freak out. Case aligned. Yep. I think the whole like triangle n-gon thing in like Blender, and like, oh, you don't do it, but then like if you do it, you don't get like immediately punished. And you might not get punished for a while. It's like the same reason. It's like if you're, you know, you'll develop certain like there's good habits to have if you're programming, and there's like bad habits to have if you're programming, even if those bad habits don't immediately bite you. Like for example, a bad habit I have programming is I debug with print. I debug with print, and I'm willing to believe that that is like a bad thing to do. I just don't know what else, like what the alternative I'm supposed to be doing instead is. Um, or like one other thing is like that's kind of analogous is like if it's not the right tool for the job, um, trying to think like what would be the equivalent to a triangle. Like if instead of running a switch statement on an integer, you like ran just a chain of like if else on an integer, like does the integer equal 1, does the integer equal 2, does the integer equal 3, or like an enum, right? Like that's a pretty like easy, you know, case where it's like, okay, like yeah, it works, but this was the wrong tool for the job. And it's like it's not like should you be crucified over it? Probably not. But doesn't make it not wrong. And there's legitimate cases where like, you know, a chain of those for a different case is like completely preferable over a similar case where you could have used a switch instead. Like right here in my main, I have to do this because I forgot why. If I use a switch here, it doesn't work. It's because I need an actual return statement. I think that's because of this little return here. I have to do this instead of a switch, which is unfortunate. But oh well. Anyway, it's been a neat little live stream. You know, we got a new level in this game. Got a new level. And yeah. So thank you everyone who came by. And yeah. Goodbye, buddies. Goodbye. Goodbye.